I need you to lock it in. It is not horror, spooky, scary time, but we do have a murder mystery to solve. Today, we are going to be starting our murder mystery on The Root Trees Are Dead. I have had this game in my library for, I don't know, I think since it dropped. I actually had this on my wish list before it dropped. So I've had this on my wish list for a minute now. We're finally going to be playing The Root Trees Are Dead. See if we can solve this murder mystery. This music is loud. That's better. Okay, let me check the settings, make sure all that's good. Show evidence, intuition. We're gonna leave the gameplay regular graphics. Alright, no desync. Okay. Should we turn this music down? Thank you. Accessibility, font size, camera translations. Okay, save changes. That all looks good. Let's go ahead and hop into our murder mystery. Wait, Root Tree Mania? What? Okay, the root trees are dead. Alright, lock it in, y'all. We need to have the biggest of the biggest brains going today. I don't know how many videos it's going to take to pass it. I'm hoping not too many, because I don't think we're going to be able to sit here and solve the whole mystery today. You think? I don't think so. All right, lock it in here. Lock it in here. Big brains only. Big brains only. I got my G Fuel here. I am locked in. We're sipping on fruit punch. Sipping a tart fruit punch, which is...
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Root Tree Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottree and his daughters, the Roottree sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Rootttrees are dead.
Lock in, lock in.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Root Tree Company's lawyers are scrambling.
Okay.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Okay.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
What if I fail? Complete the family tree of the Root Tree sisters. Siblings are in birth order. Oldest, youngest. Examine my evidence, search the internet for clues, fill in the names, fill in the occupations, fill in the photos. Okay. So, okay, we're all, okay, so first we gotta complete the family tree of the sisters. Okay, we got this. Zoom out a little bit. Okay. One of them has a spouse. Is this evidence? Okay, this is evidence. Okay, so got milk picture. This must have been like a business thing. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Root Tree Sisters Got Milk ad. Okay, this is an ad photo. I've tracked down a test photo from before. They painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a root tree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." I've tracked down a test photo from before they paint. Oh, I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate. Okay, so this is before they even like did anything for the ad. So this is them on set. Okay. Next, list of names. The list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Woman, Eloise Anderson, Gwyneth and Eloise, we don't know. Gwyneth Anderson, Deborah Bean, Laura Carlson, Stephanie Cattrall, Patricia Christensen, Sarah Cassell, Danielle Franks, Luisa Garcia. Okay, so are these names I need? Oh wow, it's a long list. A whole bunch of root trees. Okay. Here are the root trees right here. But we gotta figure out their names, huh? That's it? Okay, wait. Siblings are in birth order. So this is oldest, so they have a spouse. So if one of them is married, so if one of them has a spouse, that means they're married. Right here, look, married. So they would not have the last name Root Tree. Welcome to the information superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer and burn a music CD to listen to it later. I'm gonna turn this music down. Let's put this like... Wait for it to play again. Let's put it here. That's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. That's good. That's good. Okay. Just so that's not like blaring in our ears while we're trying to figure this out. Oh, that's a hint. Okay, we're gonna try I'm actually, honestly, if I'm being completely honest, we're not even gonna use any hints. So, okay. So I examined the evidence, searched the internet for clues. Are you good? Okay, spider search. So where do we live? Wait. Okay, that did not help. Let me look at the evidence again. Magazine. Can I look up Root Tree magazine? One person or concept at a time. Okay. Most articles mention Root Tree, who was the president of Root Tree Candy. His daughters also utilized collectively the Root Tree sisters. Let's look up the Root Tree sisters. Wait. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Root Tree sisters' modeling careers. You also came across an unofficial Root Tree fan site seemingly curated by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. Okay, and then save. Oh no, it's up there. Okay, that's up there. Okay, so then Riley is the smart one. Rose is the middle child. Like me. Highlight that. Riley is the smart one. So Riley's the youngest. Okay. We're kind of cooking here. And she's married to TMS. Who is TMS? Let's look up TMS. TMS. TMS is a common abbreviation for early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. Tommy Mark Sheridan. Okay. We're cooking. Go back here. Now we can look him up. Okay, wait. Okay, so unknown name. Here is, what was his name? Tommy Mark Sheridan. Sheridan? R-S. There's no S's. Yes, he's right here. He's right here. Okay. So that's her. This is, who's the oldest? Oldest. Raina. Raina Sheridan though, right? Or Raina Roottree. Would it be Raina? Raina Roottree is the oldest. She's a model. Okay, we're gonna look them up one by one once we find out the name. So the middle child is Rose. Rose is the middle child. Okay, let's go to Rose Roottree. Down some more. No, middle child. Yeah, Rose. Wait, y'all, why don't I see? Okay, let's go here. Riley is the smart one. So Riley is the youngest. Let's do Riley Roottree. Okay, so then Rose, is that like I think it might be a nickname. Cause I'm not seeing her. Raina, Riley, Robert, Ronald, Samantha, Teresa. If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deep dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. Okay, let's go back to the internet here. Let's, Rose Roottree. Rose Roottree is not as popular as her older sister Raina, but still very, very well known. Most of the time, they're lumped together as the Roottree sisters. Unfortunately, the result of Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when researching the sisters. Go to history. Roottree sisters. You might think they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the Candy. Mom Brenda is a fashion designer. It's not saying much. Rose is a middle child like me. I'm trying to see why. Okay, so okay. I'm trying to see why her name is. Let's look up some of these Roottree people, because maybe they'll say also known as Rose. You know. Okay. Did she change her name? Let's look up the mom. Yeah, let's look up the mom here. The Austin describes it as a vintage dress from... That doesn't do anything either. Riley is the smart one. I don't know. How do I know which one is oldest? Like picture-wise, you know? Fill in the names. I'm trying. The ROOTTREES sister names. Let's do root. For example, the clothing company Root always has a period after even the sentence. I'm a little stuck here. I don't know. Let's check evidence. What's the names? Why do I feel like she might go? Rose is like Rose might be a nickname. Candy Root Tree, maybe? No, Root Tree Candy. But these are a list of names. Let's do Carly Root Tree. Carly! Oh my gosh, it is a nickname. Oh my gosh, it's Carly. Her name is Carly. Oh my gosh. Carly Rose. Okay. Go back here. Let's highlight this so we have that. And then Rose was originally Carly Rose. Well, I'm gonna highlight this whole thing. You just never know. Because they said they were planning on having a son. I'd be hurt. Okay. What did she do? Occupation. Okay. Let's do Rose Root Tree. Maybe that'll tell us more. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We figured that part out, though. Aren't they all models, though? Let me look up Raina. Raina Root Tree. They are models. Okay, I think they're all models. I'm gonna put model for all of them because they're literally all models. It literally says that. And they've been saying that from the jump. Okay, fill in the photos. This is where you lose me here. Let's do evidence. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit more. There we go. Okay, so now we gotta figure out pictures. Okay. Who looks the oldest here? They all look the same age, not gonna lie. Okay, the person who hired you gave you this photo of with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the ROOTTREES Sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading." Can we type in root? Do you think that it's oldest, middle, youngest? I don't think they'd be standing in that order, do you? I don't even know how to look at photos online. You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading. Or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a root tree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it. We might have to take a guess here. If I had to guess, I'm not gonna lie, if I had to guess, I feel like she would be the oldest. And if I had to say who was the youngest, she looks like the youngest. Figure out what's incorrect. Gotta be the pictures, right? Oh! Oh my gosh, we just cooked W! Okay. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You also unlock the following optional entry. Okay, W! We just cooked, y'all. We just cooked. We're off to a good start.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Yes! So we're on the case. Is she so she's basically saying we're on the case now?
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch.
Oh, GG.
The root trees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting.
Okay.
Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
We got this. We got this. We got this. I feel like if we can get the family tree down for today's video, that's a huge start. So let's work on that.
The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
Direct, okay. So does that exclude second cousins?
Anyone related only by marriage is optional.
Okay.
But filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Okay, so basically we should put everybody and their spouse in. Let's do the entire family tree including spouses. Because you just never know.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique
New evidence.
websites, plus a list of notable root trees.
W. Okay.
Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree.
Okay.
I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Okay, we got this. Okay. What the what?
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Rootttrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
Why not? Is she not really a lawyer? A lot of notable people here. Okay. All right, y'all. Really lock it in here. Lock it in here. Okay, so I think now we have like checkpoints and stuff. I think getting the tree done for this video would be huge for the case. So let's go ahead and just focus on getting the family tree done. All right. Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, and portrait, they will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. Okay. The Root Tree Candy Company. Off rip was founded in 1908. Okay, let's start off by looking up the Root Tree Candy Company so we can see. Let's see the evidence. We got lots of new evidence. Okay, the story so far. The Root Tree sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable root trees who they said would be the easiest family members to place. They said they would return in time. They said they would return in the time it took to fill out 6 more blood relatives. Okay. So these are notable root trees. So we got them. Carl root tree. Okay. This is good to know. This is good to know. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. No. The magazine Teen Blast. Highlight. It mentions that 5 pieces were named as such because the creator only had 5 children. 5 pieces were named. Okay, so we got, if somebody has 5 kids, we're gonna more than likely. The magazine. So the Root Tree Sisters magazine was Teen Blast. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. That the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Okay. Okay. Let's start off by looking up the Root Tree Candy Company. The Root Tree Candy Company. Nothing. Okay. Oops. Root Tree. Let's just look up Root Tree. Wait, did I spell it wrong? I did. I did not mean to add an H. The Root Tree Candy Company. Mixed in with the recent news of the plane crash, there are a lot of results for Root Tree's extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to the traffic it has been receiving. However, you find a direct link to the history section that manages to work momentarily. The Root Tree Company was founded by Elias Rootttrees shortly after he married his wife Gwyneth, whose family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. Highlight that. For some reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president with inputs and votes from extended family. The site does mention that every president has a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottree, who, despite his death, is listed as current president. Okay, let's highlight this because Carl is technically the current president. We don't know if that's important or not yet. So, the product that put them on the map were 5 pieces. Maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, of all which incorporate maple in some way. I'm highlighting this whole thing. Okay. Their sister company, simply titled Root, specializes in children clothing. The primary models for Root are the Root Tree sisters. Okay. That's big. Let's go back here. Bring out the notes. Oh, Gwyneth and Elias is already there. Oh. Well, that's, okay. It's, notebook. Gwyneth Roottree. Right? Gwen Roottree. It would be Gwen, right? Gwyneth, Gwen? Yeah, Gwen Roottree. And Elias Roottree. It doesn't say Elias Jr., it says Elias Roottree, which tells me Elias Jr. is one of their sons, or kids. Who has 5 kids here? Oh my. Okay. He is the founder. There is no CEO. Hold on, let's go back to the internet. Founded. So yeah, he's technically a founder. He's a founder. Elias Roottree is a founder. Unknown occupation, actor, advertising. He's the founder. CEO? Didn't it say something about no CEO though? For reasons that are explained on this page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Let's look up Elias Roottree. Because I'm not seeing his occupation. Was the founder and first president. Okay, that's major, that's major, that's major. First president. First president. What's evidence? We got a new piece of evidence? W. Elias and Gwyneth. Got a picture. W. Okay. He was the first president. Let me save this. Highlight this. You never know. There's also a biography section. Elias is credited for inventing 5 Pieces, a popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 Pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." Okay. Let's look up Gwen Roottree. Did I spell her name right? Okay, you find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwen Roottree is a somewhat well-known actress. Is that her occupation? Her biggest role? Okay. Did you know Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree, the founder of Roottree Candy? She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name. Wait, Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias? Y'all, I just put the wrong person. Said granddaughter. They can't be married. Wait. Gwyneth. There's no Gwyneth. Is it Gwendoline? Wait. Okay. Gwyneth Anderson. I think. Okay. Let's go all the way to the top here. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, because before I'm like, hold on. Okay, let me highlight that. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottree was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers and also the oldest sister. Okay, highlight that. Going back here, her occupation. What was her occupation? She was to inherit the wait, if she was to inherit. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottree was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson Maple Farm, so as long as she married before Elias took over the farm, produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. What would her occupation be then? CEO? Chief of Operations, right? Chief of Operations? Elias and Gwyneth Roottree. Any entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on the list will be marked with a star. Okay, got that. So when do they cross this out? Whenever I get it right? It must not be right yet, y'all. I don't know what she is. Like, honestly, what would she have been? Housewife. It said every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, they will be locked in. So we gotta find one more. So they had kids? They had 5 of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, they had 5 kids. So let's look up root tree 5 pieces. Let's look that up and find out the kids' names. Root tree 5 pieces. Did I not? Maybe it's because I put a space in between 5 pieces. Let's just do 5 pieces then. Okay, from marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that 5 pieces are the iconic candy sold by Roottree Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that since the late 20s have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. could we look up here? The original creator? Who is the creator? Elias, right? Did we look up Elias Roottree? Yeah. Elias is credited for inventing 5 pieces. I'm gonna highlight that. After 5 pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation. I remember all of this. There are a few quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Root Tree. Wait, a book. Family Man. Wait, like his great-grandson Carl. Elias voted Watchman of the Year. Carl is his great-grandson. So that would mean a kid of a kid? I think... Hold on. My brain is still thawing, y'all. I'm still warming up here. Let's look up this book here. Family Man, The Root Tree Legacy. Family Man, The Root Tree Legacy. Family Man? Family Man, The Root Tree Legacy by Bess Williams was a very poorly received book about Elias Roottree. It is impossible to find a copy of the books these days. Wait, let me look at my notes here. Elias is the founder. Gwen Roottree is somewhat well known. Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias. Granddaughter. So that means Gwen was the daughter of one of his kids. Yeah, Gwen was the daughter of one of his kids. Yeah, that would be right. That would be the granddaughter, right? Like his great-grandson, Carl. So Carl, great-grandson. Yeah, Carl is a kid of a kid. Let's look up Gwen. Let's look up Gwen. I want to see who her mom is. Gwen Roottree. Granddaughter. Okay. She shouldn't have been named Roottree. Her mother's famous name, which is quite weird. Okay. Let's look up some more of the notable ones. Carl Roottree. No. Let's do Red Roottree. Who is Red? Red Roottree. Alois Herring Roottree, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his name ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. Highlight that. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he heard disparaging his position to the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottree Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence and he was defeated in a landslide. So he's not really a Roottree. So he should not be, so he should not be on the family tree at all. So Alois Herring Roottree is not a family member and he should not be on the family tree. They said it was just a coincidence. So we don't even need him. Yeah, we don't even need him. Let's look up Jim Roottree. Jim Roottree. James Roottree is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond, with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rolling On Down to the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Highlight that. Should I be putting these on different pages? I don't know. Although Jim writes the majority of the songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s. Jim has become a bit of recluse. He hasn't made a public appearance in 96. So no kids. Let's look up Diamond. Diamond LaRue. Let's look her up. That's it. That's all there is about her. Let me take a picture of those. Okay. Rolling On Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979, according to the linear notes. It satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could have made disco this sweet." Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make this disco sweet. It is credited to Peter Janowicz. Highlight that. Let me look up Peter Janowicz. Peter Janowicz. Peter Janowicz seems to be a music critic. You find him mentioned on a fan website about a band unrelated to the ROOTTREES. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly before the magazine went under. Okay, so if I'm reading this right, does that not sound like only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet? So, if I'm getting this right, Jim is a grandson of Elias. So he's the son of one of his kids, which, let's look him. Oh, we already looked him up, didn't we? Let's look up his actual name. James Roottree, right? Let's look up James Roottree. That's all. Let's highlight the names of their songs. Rolling On Down to the City. Cherry Tree. Cherry Tree. Pretty general name, perhaps unsurprisingly, you find a lot of results for foliage. Okay. What can we look up here? You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure. Okay, so we can't see that until the entire thing is done. Do y'all see this? Honestly, let's kind of work here. We can actually kind of work here, right? The Roottree sisters. Let's look them up again. If we can figure out who their dad is, that could help, right? Wait, you might think they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company and their mom burned... Hear me out! out, hear me out. Let's go back up, let's go back up. Who's the current president? Who is the current president? Hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Hear me out. I gotta find it, I gotta find it, I gotta find it. Candy Cup of History. Carl Roottree, who despite his death is listed as the current president. Y'all, I think this is Carl. I'm pretty sure this is Carl. I'm feeling confident this is Carl. He's the what? 5th president? Do I have a picture of Carl? I don't think I do. I don't. Let me look him up. Have we looked Carl Roottree up? Died in a recent plane crash along with his wife Root. Okay. I told y'all! I literally told y'all! I literally told y'all! I told y'all. Okay, so Brenda. Would she be Brenda Roottree? No, Brenda White. Brenda White. Is he the 5th? Like I said, he's a kid of a kid. I told y'all. Okay, we're kind of cooking here, but I don't have a picture of him. Okay, they go on list of accomplishments. One of them seemed relevant to your search, like his great-grandfather. Before him, Carl... Like his great-grandfather. Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, so we got that part right. I don't know what his occupation is, though. No, not that. I don't have a picture of him, I don't think. I don't... Who is this? No, I think... No, this is Jim. Right? This is Jim. Yeah, Jim and Diamond. How do I get a picture? Let's look up Root. Let me look up Root. Clothing company Root always has a period after it, even if it's not the end of a sentence. What do we type in? Root clothing company? Nothing? What? Wait, go back to the Roottree sisters. Root. Brand Root. Nothing. Brenda White. Brenda White. Oh, we do not need it all caps. Brenda White. We stumble across an auction for a black and blue dress. That's a Brenda White original. The auction describes it a vintage dress from before Brenda became Brenda Roottree and started designing clothes for Root. Let's look up Brenda White original. Nothing. So we're trying to figure out how to get a picture of Carl. Maybe if we figure out who his parent is. Who are the 5 pieces? Literally, who are the 5 pieces? Let's look up some more notable people. Lauren Roottree. Let's look up Lauren. I don't know why she's kind of speaking to me. Author Lauren Roottree, a distant relative of the Roottree sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. Okay. According to the website about famous authors, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name. Lauren Rafferty. When her publishers learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottree. When her publishers learned she had been keeping, let's highlight that. The selection of diary entries released in 1965, A Life Between Wars, spans from untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war as a young widow and mother, as well as perspectives of changing time societies. She's a mother. I feel like that's important. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life. Okay. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottree. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans refer to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she's listed as retired. And no evidence. Lauren Rafferty. Let's look up Lauren Rafferty. Who's she married to? That's it. Is there anybody named Rafferty on here? Nope. I didn't even know this was a thing. Where's the notebook? A Life Between Wars. Can I just search? Okay. I just got a whole bunch of evidence. What? What is it? The 5 pieces? Lauren's diary contains some labeled. Oh, we gotta take a pic. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. That's big. That's big. That's huge. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. This picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Pop. Okay. Pop. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces were really we were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eli Jr., let's look him up. Who is... We got more evidence, though. So Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. So whoever is on the left is, what's her name? I don't know, I forgot. Lauren. Yeah, Lauren Roottree's dad. That's major. Celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. He might be an architect. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it. Miracle! Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it. And the 3 of us were all about the same age. Miracle is one of the kids. Miracle. Hold on, y'all. Miracle, Miracle, Miracle. Let's put Miracle down here first. Oh, wait, no, it goes from oldest to youngest, doesn't it? Wait, is it gonna tell us? Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums they posed in front of us of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. I'm gonna highlight that just because that might be something later. They might be married or something. The next generation. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. Caption: in attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation for old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way. Yeah, get these pictures. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left. Since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it was fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. Born root tree. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottree's diary. It pages a life in between wars. Lauren Roottree is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. She will be marked on the chart with a star. Okay, and by skimming the pages of the diary, you glean to the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cassells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottree Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Glance Trust. So if we could figure out who... Okay, if we could figure out who... My thing is, though... Are the kids going from oldest to youngest? I think it is. Okay, we got a lot we could look up here. Let me go in my notebook here because we might have to look some stuff up. Let's look up Miracle. Miracle Jr. Let's look up Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotion materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist who is a part of the Miracle Network. Highlight that. According to the website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed as subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979. A news expose revealed it was his wife Edith's sister in disguise. The author who mentioned Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost a television show and instead goes on tours across the southern United States where he is not well known before the scandal. Okay. Let me look at the rest of the evidence here. Complaints. Seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen as an only child. Gwen was who? Gwen was the only child? Gwen was who? The great. Gwen was the great granddaughter, right? I swear she was. Gwen was the granddaughter. No, she was just the granddaughter. So who only had one kid? I think it's her right here. Dang, it could also be this one too. Split up. She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Honestly, there's two different options that could go here. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. Gwen, as an only child, complained about... Oh, wait! But she ended up getting 3 other siblings. There's only one person with 4 kids. Okay, and this is a notable one. Is she on the list? Okay, this is Gwen. This is Gwen. For sure. Hold on. I gotta go. I think I figured. Okay, I'm figuring it out. Hold on. Where's Gwen? This is Gwen. Okay. She goes here. And what is she? Somewhat well-known actress. Gwen. Gwen. Actor. Do we know who she married? I don't know that I know. Gwen as an only child. Gwen as an only child complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers. Okay. 3 younger brothers. Highlight that. During the summer where I went to stay with her Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had. Okay. Clark. Wait. Clark who? Clark who? Is he on the notable? He's not. He's on the name list though, gotta be right. Clark Rafferty. Clark Rafferty. And new fan sites for the band Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mention an album called These Times. These Times. A band called C and J and J and D. What evidence did I just get? It focuses on the day her grandfather and Elias announced he would step down as president of the Root Tree Candy Company in the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious. None of his sons would take over as president. Hold on, let me go back to this one. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Who? Okay, let me go to the tree. Are any of his kids notable? None of his kids are notable. That's him on the left. Did she ever say who her dad was? Lauren Roottree is a notable. Okay, I gotta figure out who her dad is. She's the grandkid of Elias, but I don't know if she had siblings. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolved around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months. Okay. Lauren's thoughts revolved around her husband, Jacob. Jacob died while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son, Clark, alone. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. So technically, would this be this? Are there any more split ups? Oh, there are split ups. Never remarried. Would this technically count as a split up or no? Because it would make sense if this was Lauren, right? That would make like complete sense if that was Lauren. But I don't know if that would count as a split up. Let's put Lauren here. Which one is she? Hold on, I gotta go back to my evidence here. Okay. I feel like this is Lauren. Lauren. And then let me go to my journal. Lauren's Jacob, her husband Jacob. Jacob Rafferty. Nope, that can't be. Never mind. Dang it, never mind. They only had one kid. So she's the... Wait, that might help us, though, because she's the kid of a kid. Did she ever have any siblings? Family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Always use one person's most recent occupations. Okay. So they only had the one kid. And she's the granddaughter. She's the granddaughter or great? I think she's actually like a great... Hold on, let me... Hold on, I just saw a part that said granddad. I'm genuinely Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. I can't even figure out where to put Lauren. I just need to figure out the original 5. Okay, what about the new generation? For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together. Lauren has 4 brothers. Is Lauren one of the original? Angie and I wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well. Miracle is one of them. Miracle is 100% one of them. These times. Okay. Miracle Junior. Miracle Network. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by Miracle Root Tree Estate. It's quite bare bones, but it has the following blurb. What evidence did I just get? Right here. A flyer for the 3 Generations of Miracles tour. The flyer is a few years old. It comes from 1996. The names are Miracle Jr., who is said to be world famous and gets top billing. Miracle Jr. is on the notable root trees list in your evidence. He will be marked on the chart with a star. I swear he was one of the original 5 pieces. What? What? Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Root Tree. Miracle Root Tree arrived so late in his mother's life that the doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought, yeah, right here. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. Okay, he's the youngest. That's important information. He's the youngest. Why does he not have a star? Oh, in your evidence. Okay. This is 100% him. What is he? I wrote it down, didn't I? Television, yeah, that. Televangelist. What's another way to say that? Is he a producer? I could see being a producer. Public speaker? I think it's a public speaker. That would make sense. Wait, go back to Miracle Jr. What's his current one? He used to have a show. Goes on tours across... Okay. Yeah, he's a public speaker now. Because he goes on tour and talks to people. So, he's a public speaker. This is, Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. Root tree. Right? Miracle Third and his wife. Hold on. Miracle Jr., who is said to be world famous. Miracle Root Tree, who the flyer says will make a special appearance. Miracle Third and his wife Nicole, who are said to be the youth pastors. Wait, Miracle Jr., who has said... Hold on. Am I reading this wrong? I don't think I am. Miracle Root Tree. Goodness gracious. I am... I think that's him. Let me go back. Because it says Miracle Third and his wife Nicole, who are said to be the youth pastors. Miracle Root Tree, who the flyer says will make a special appearance. So we got Miracle Root Tree, Miracle Jr., and Miracle Third. Let me look up Miracle Root Tree. Okay. With the birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, he triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Root Tree Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel of higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Root Tree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Below the blurb is a flyer about the tour. Using your evidence. Okay. It says, who does it say? Miracle Jr.? Miracle Jr. is notable, so he would go here. Miracle Jr. goes here. And his wife, Nicole. Miracle Jr. No, Miracle Third. So this is Miracle Jr. Who is Miracle Third? Can I look up Miracle Third? I'm confused. Nothing? Okay. He's a pastor. Preacher. So was Miracle? Wait, go back to Miracle Root Tree. 23 years later, Miracle Root Tree Jr. arrived. Second vessel for the higher power. Okay, yeah, he's a preacher. So let's change that. He's a preacher. Who was he married to? Does it say? Wait, Miracle Third might be his kid. I think this is Miracle Third. This is Miracle Third. Am I cooking? I don't know. This is Miracle Third. He's a preacher as well. Follow me here. Follow me here. Okay, look. Oh my gosh. We just cooked. Oh my gosh. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Okay, W. So we know those are good. We know those are good. So we still have to figure out this one here. Okay. So we know he's married to Nicole. We know he's married to Nicole. Just gotta find Nicole. Wait, what was her name? Wife Nicole. Wife Nicole. Nicole. Nicole Smith? Let me look up Nicole Smith. Because I don't know. We're cooking, y'all. Nicole Smith. What was the other name? Nicole Madsen? Nicole Madsen. Nothing. Let's just try. Youth pastors. Summer 96. Can we look up Summer 96? Nothing. What else can we look up? 3 Generations of Miracles tour. 3 generations of the miracles? Of miracles. Miracles tour. Okay, we're gonna have to guess here. We're just gonna do Nicole. I'm gonna say Nicole Smith. So who would be special appearance for Miracle Root Tree? No, this has to be him. And then he has to be the original 5. He has to be from the original 5 photo, right? This one. Since Miracle was in it and the 3 of us were all about the same age. It has to be, that's her dad. This must be him. Right here. That has to be him. I'm pretty sure that's Miracle. And he was, who was he married to? Miracle, let's look up Miracle Root Tree Estate. Nothing? Miracle Root Tree Jr. Let's look him up. Same thing. Wait a minute. Miracle Root Tree arrived so late in his mother's life. Oh, never mind. Okay, so this is the same thing 23 years later. Who would he have been married to? Who would be Miracle Jr.'s? Isn't this, her? Oh, no. We changed that. Let me go to the notables list. Miracle Jr. Let me look at my book. Younger than his siblings by 14 years. That's him. Who did he marry? I have no clue. But it said he was younger than his siblings 14 years. He's the youngest one in the picture. So that has to be him. Okay, this left her to raise her son Clark alone. Lauren's thoughts revolved around her. Okay, so Lauren said her pop was one of the original 5. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Let's go to her diary and read. Okay, the below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottree's diary pages. A life between wars. Lauren Roottree is on the notable Roottrees list, and your evidence should be marked on the chart with a star. Which, when going here, she only has 1 star right here. Because I'm pretty sure she had... We'll see. Hold on. The book was published in 1965. It consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. Lauren never remarried and only had 1 child. By skimming the pages of the diary, you gleaned the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cassells. Let's look them up. Nothing. But she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Root Tree Candy Company. and helped write a legal document called Glance Trust. Let's look up Glance Trust. The Glance Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottree, who was Elias's son and the Roottree Company head lawyer at the time. Highlight that. Now let's look up Elias. Clancy Edward Roottree. Clancy Edward Roottree. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never been fully disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is significant, and it is a significant amount of money. The Glance Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecture about the Rootttrees versus RR. I'm going to highlight that in 1994. While looking into the Glance Trust, you often find that mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. Clancy Edward Roottree. Clancy Edward Roottree. So was Lauren the only... Okay, so we know Edward Clancy. Edward Clancy is her dad. Let's look up Lauren Roottree again. Cause how many? Is Lauren on? This might help. Is Lauren on here? Lauren Roottree. So she is. I'm thinking right here. I'm thinking this is Lauren right here. But they never had kids. They only had one kid. Let me go here. We need a picture of Carl Roottree. Carl Roottree. He was president of the Roottree. Okay. Like his great grandfather before him. So Carl's great is a great, so he's the kid of a kid. Clearly. Do we know who Carl's dad is? I feel like we've looked up all of these. Let's look up. Wait, Jim and Carl. Hold on. Jim and Carl. Jim and Carl were... I just realized Jim and Carl were... Or was that Clark? James. Wait, let me actually look up Carl Roottree. Because have I? I very much could have. Okay, I did. Died in a recent plane crash. With his wife, Brenda Roottree. Okay. It is with heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Roottree sisters, and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottree family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us looking back fondly on Carl and his family triumphs and accomplishments. Then go on to list some of... Let's look at Watchmen of the Year. Oh my gosh. This is my second time seeing this. Because didn't Elias get it? Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They have been around for 100 years in one form or another. They have to write about major changes in the management at famous companies. Every year they offer an award to prominent businessmen who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that 2 ROOTTREES have been featured as Watchmen of the Year, Elias and Carl. Business Watch does not host any online archives of the site. You can find via spider search, though you may be able to find individual articles issued through your periodical search. Business Watch has played host to many ROOTTREE advertisements over the past few years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Let's look up Carl. Carl Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and summary. Okay, let's do Elias too. Okay, that's evidence. Let's look and see what we got here. 1936. Elias Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936, and a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine said he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. Inside the article is a timeline. Elias forms the Roottree company after marrying his wife. Elias has a daughter, the 5 of first children. So his daughter, so there's a girl. A girl is the first kid. Do we know that? Who is Gwendolyn? Elias has a daughter. So he has a daughter first. Elias invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children. Y'all, we're about to cook. Hold on, save that. Hold that thought right there. Okay, so it's a girl first. Okay. Let me Go here to women. CC. Who has CC? Nobody. Wait, what did it say? Elias events 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children. 1 flavor per child. Okay. Is there a woman with SS? No, that's Nicole Smith. Wrong one. Awesome apple. Power plum. Okay, maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe it's like let me see. We could take these 2 and Carly out. What are some of the men? Okay, am I understanding? Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials. Based on the initials? Who are some notable people we have left still? Gwen. I already got Gwen. Carl. I already got Carl too. Let me go here. Carl Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 and the photo of him appears on the cover. Carl. Let me go put him. Where's Carl? Where's Carl, y'all? I think, oh, he's right here. Let's go. Let's go. Who do we get? Carl Miracle Jr. Okay. Nicole Smith is an optional entry.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
Okay. Who bursted them? Somebody trying to ruin the evidence?
But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottree reunion.
Oh, W.
I also found some important-looking papers.
Okay. WW.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okay. We're cooking. That means we're cooking, y'all. She just gave us some more evidence. Let's take a look at the evidence. The tree is coming together. The tree's coming together. We just have to figure out, like, who's Carl's... Who is... Wait, who are we trying to figure out? Who is who? Oh, we don't know Roottree. Ah, we don't know his spouse. Okay. If we take a look here, we have a lot to go. And yes, this case is going to take us a minute, but we're making progress. We have green. Seeing green is progress. Let's take a look at our new evidence here. Okay, this was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. Stephanie Jones. Is she on the list? Is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own, due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company. Carl, But if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could the public. Hold on. Is this his sister? Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company. What's her name? Stephanie Jones? What does she have to do with the candy company? You learn from an election results page that Stephanie Jones, a candidate for city council, won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of the Root Trees in any articles about her. Stephanie also has a very bare-bones website for her campaign. It is simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times. Great. Do we need these pictures, I'm guessing? I don't know. Go back. Talk to your girls. Oh, duh, because, yeah. Duh, because, yeah, that makes... I didn't realize... Yeah, I forgot that those were his kids. My bad, y'all. I thought, like, girls. Like, what do you mean, girls? Okay. Makes sense. So, can I delete this out my journal? Yeah, delete note. Okay. Good to know, I guess. So she has nothing to do with the Root Trees, like blood? Okay. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture from the... Wait, here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damaged picture from... Wait. When I pulled the water damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo. Couldn't make this reunion. Wishing you well from Paris. Gwen and the boys. The free spirits. Who is the free spirits? Gwen and the boys. Gwen and the boys. Gwen and the boys. That's two of them. Does she only has one kid. Gwen and the boys. That has to be right. Okay. This photo was tucked inside of an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, to Carl and Brenda. I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on earth, knew how busy your job could be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills, though we called it too late for him to get on the donor list. The company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust. Hold on, I gotta go. Who is Ernie? Ernie? Where's the man? Yeah. Who is Ernie? Gotta be Ernest, right? What? Okay. How does this evidence have anything to do with... This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 years or so, the Root Trees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. This one? Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendoline, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark Carl, and Eli M. Everybody here, ain't they? After some time... Wait. After some time, they returned with new... Oh, I already knew that. Y'all, I'm not gonna lie. I'm absolutely lost here. So we know he has a daughter. We know that he has a daughter first. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children. 4 more following, leading to. Wait, I probably should have finished. With the help of his son Elias Roottree Jr.'s architecture firm. Okay, Elias Roottree Jr. Let's look him up. I don't think we look him up. Elias Roottree Jr. Elias Roottree Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. He is listed alongside an old residence that has been preserved called Hunchtop House. You attempt to find more information about the man in the building, but come up empty. Really? Elias Roottree Jr. Okay. There's also a what's next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy in the Roottree Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do so with the clients to trust. Who would be the daughter here? Let's go through the options. Let's go through the options here. It has to be a Roottree. Christina. Who's Samantha? Samantha Roottree. Yes, Roottree. Nothing for Samantha. Gwendolyn? Nothing. Candy. I don't think I could look anybody up. Okay, I don't think if they have a star that I could just look them up like that. So let's go here. Easy to find. Let's look up more about Gwen. Where is she? Old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get individual pages. Okay, somewhat well-known actress appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Wait. This has to be her. Gwen goes right here. Gwen goes right there. Who is her divorce? Her biggest role in the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. You find some information on the website about old films that are not yet available. Okay, Guys Like Us. Two secretaries cut their hair. Starring Gwen Roottree, Leslie Florence. Let's highlight that. I'm gonna look them up in a second. Did you know the title is a play on words? As it can be read that the two women are men similar to other men, or that men are fond of them. What? Okay, I think we just figured that out. If I could figure out who she split from. Harrison Lane. Harrison Lane was a television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us. His largest role before Guys Like Us was the villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere. Has no connection to the Rootttrees. Okay. Let's go back to Gwen. Christmas Mission. Christmas Mission. Page called Flops. It was a war movie about World War I. Soldier's Wife. The movie was marketed as a credible true story, but no record of events happening has ever been found. So then what did this one mean about Gwen, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after three I told her that being expected to watch after three younger brothers. Let me go here. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after three younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. Oh, this is Lauren! This is Lauren! Man, what does Lauren look like? I forgot. Yeah. This is Lauren. Lauren. And she was a housewife, I think? I think she was a housewife. Clark. No. Jim. No. What was her husband? Hold on, let's go here. Jacob Raftery or something like that. And then their only son, Clark. Oh, we're cooking now. Clark. Can we look up Clark Rafferty? New fantasies for the band Jim and Diamond seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. They mention an album called These Times. That's it. What was her no, she was an author. What am I doing? She was an author. Like literally, what am I talking about? Wait, Lauren Roottree? Was that the only Jacob there was? Yeah, there was. Okay. So that's right. Okay, now we're cooking. Carl. Gwen and the boys. Gwen and the boys. Could that be her? Could those be her sons? You think? Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Paris. Okay. We're kind of cooking here. I know if Clark is. Let me go here. Find more about Clark. Right here. He married. Yeah. Clark's getting married. Danielle. Married to Danielle. Hold on. Clark's getting married, in my opinion, far too young. Let's put Danielle on here. Danielle. Danielle Franks. Okay. Then we gotta figure out free spirit. To be at musicians. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not. Okay, hold on. We're missing stuff. Musician. I think he's a musician though. Wait, could he have been? Hold on. Clark Rafferty and Jim Rucci, backup vocals. LaRue's. Did I spell it right? Let me capitalize it. Okay. So it's one of them. How am I supposed to know who? I don't. Okay, this banging. That's it.
We'll tell ourselves these stories older, dwell on warmth, ignore the colder, probably yearn for
Let's look up the magazine. Okay. Let me go back. Gwen and the boys. Film school? He has a film school jacket on. Here's a bonus when I pulled the water damage photo of the free spirits. Wait. The free spirits, the free spirits. Do we know who Lauren's dad is? Wait, do we know who Lauren's dad is? Wait, was I able to look up Elias Roottree Jr.? Butler County. Let's look at Butler County. Located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Roottree Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. The Butler County Times, presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles over the years. Okay, periodicals. Five pieces? I need that. They flood the results. Okay, how do I get it? A small feature details a building that Elias Roottree Jr. architecture firm worked on called Hunchtop House. The oldest son. He was the oldest son. Oldest son. How though? Did he have two girls? He did have two girls. Elias Roottree Jr. Architect, right? Spouse. Who was Lauren's mom? Cassell's. Sarah. Gotta be right. Do we cook? I don't know. I don't know how to get a picture of this man, if I'm being completely honest. So, let's. Who would be the oldest daughter then? Honestly, we just cooked there. Did we not? Said it was the eldest son, not like. It mentions that Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son. Which means the two girls were first then. R.E. What would that have to do with 5 pieces? Let's look up Teen Blast. Have we looked up Teen Blast? A magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of ROOTTREES' sisters. Their fashion line was covered by a magazine when ROOTTREE first appeared on the cover of her 16th birthday. I don't think that's going to do much for us as figuring out the original 5. I don't know who's the oldest. Do we have the stars filled yet? No. Let's figure out who this last star is. As far as like the stars that I have, I feel like I figured out Gwen. I need to figure out Jim. Singer who sings in Doom and Jim and Diamond. This has to be Jim then. No, James. Wait, James Morden? He was an musician. Which one is him? I have no clue. Diamond. Oh my gosh, we just cooked. Let's go. We got all the notable ones. Let's go! Oh my gosh, lots of green. Lots of green. Okay. So then we know Clark is the other dude. This one. That's Clark. Is Gwen good? Okay, Gwen is good. We just need to figure out who did she divorce? Wait, this is not good? Is he not an architect? It doesn't matter. We're cooking right now. We're cooking so hard right now. Brenda. I don't have a picture. Okay. All of that is good. Lauren, did she mention anything about any other siblings? So all of that's good. We don't even need to worry about that evidence anymore. Let's check her book. Complaints. She has 3 brothers. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me. Even now from my coffee table, she gets to be in starlit and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. Who? Man, leading man. Fortune favors the grain. Grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. Wait. I'm gonna save that. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. How much do you want to bet? What's his name? What's his actual name? Who got a last name Williams? Why do I feel like that's her spouse? There's no... We don't know his actual name. Bill? No. 4 different actresses. Fortune favors of the grave. Okay. So her spouse is just literally unknown. But that's good to know. Where were we? She's the first root tree woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. Okay. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by a terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff just like I do at Gwen. An entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren Roottree's diary. It focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the Roottree Company, and the meeting determined his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall that day. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious. None of his sons would take over as president. But that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, Clancy. Clancy who? Roottree? There's a Clancy Edward Roottree. Do we already have Clancy Edward on here? Nah, Clancy Edward definitely has to go here, right? This has to be Clancy. Right? No. Eldest son? Wait, did we look up Clancy Edward? We looked up Clance Truss. I don't think we looked up Clancy. Oh, yes, we did. Elias's son. So we know he's the eldest son. But this is right. So this must not be the right. So this has to be him, right? Let's go back here. Pop argued at the length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Root Tree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would even have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I asked Clancy if it ever came up to it that a woman could take over. Oh, wait. Angie? Who is Zach? Angie's the oldest. So Angie goes here. Or not. Wait, what is she saying? After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. But that's not one of the original. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gen. Okay. So this is not telling us anything about the original 5. Who is Candy? Candy. I don't know. That has to be right. Just, was he an architect? Hunch top house. That's it. And then if I go here, the oldest son. That has to be him, right? Unless the picture is just wrong, but it said he's on the left. She literally said, like, my dad is on the left. Celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Oh, wait. This has to be... If it's not Eli Jr. Hold on, y'all. It says celebrate the warehouse that Eli Jr. She said Pop. That ain't his name then. This has to be... Who's the architect? Wait a minute. Elias Jr. might go here. Let's try it. I think Elias Jr. might go here. Oh, no. Wrong picture. Architect. And then this. Who could this be? Who could this be? It's gotta be a root tree for sure. Clancy Edward? Could it be Clancy Edward? I don't think we could look him up, can we? Clancy Edward? No. There was something about her dad, she said. Her father, who she always referred to as Pop, was the head lawyer. Wait. Clancy Edward Roottree. Clancy Edward, Clancy Edward. It's Clancy Edward. He was a lawyer. That's better. I'm almost sure that's right now. And Elias? Who could he have been married to? Where did I use that picture? Oh, I didn't. Wait, where did I use that picture? I think I just used a different picture of Lauren. Because it's right. I'm pretty sure this is right. And then who was a light root tree? Angie and I. Was Miracle right? Miracle was right. I don't know who he was married to, though. Miracle Jr. had a brother? Or, I mean, a sibling? I'm really trying to think who was married to... Wait, who was married to... Not him. Elias Jr. I don't think it has anything... No, not Miracle Elias. Who else was in Butler County? Who would have been? Oh, we got those. We got them. Let me still look them up. I don't know who he would have married. And who is the oldest? The Free Spirits. Wait a minute. Let me go back. It said, here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo. Written on the back of the photo is couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris. Gwen and the boys. Gwen and the boys. She had kids? She did. Gwen and the boys. What if I look up Gwen and the boys? Didn't think so. Okay. Let's look at the free spirits. Okay. Every 20 years or so. Every 20 or so years, the ROOTTREES hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Carl is the teenager. Is Carl on here? Carl is. So, Carl is the teenager in the middle. Okay. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendoline, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Eli. It would have to be all family members to recreate, and okay, this is the new. Let's go to the next generation. Lauren's diary. Okay. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the first 5 pieces photo with our generation for old time's sake. We gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left since he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. Look like it could be these 3. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind. So right here, these are her brothers right here. We gotta figure out Grandma insisted we included Sam if we didn't want to. Even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why including Sam. I also didn't think it was fair. Miracle made it in. Miracle. Okay. These are her brothers, though. I just don't know the order. Eli to stand all the way to the left. Eli to stand all the way to the left since he looked like a lot like Pop did in the old one. Wait. Let me reread that. She said I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left on the left since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together. So who looks like Pop here? Probably that one. Lauren is the oldest. Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why including Sam. Also didn't think it was fair. Miracle made it in. Miracle. Since he's technically a 5-piece, I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. Dynasty. Let's go back to Dynasty. So with the 5-piece refusing to step up, it came down to us next gen's. Pop argued at the length that the company should stay with our branch of the family. Oh, Clancy would have wanted it. Instead he ended up going to Zach. Who is Zach? There's 2 Zachs. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Right here. It's one of the Zachs. Hear me out. Let me go back here. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had very particular views when it comes to his bloodline. Asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. And I'm the next oldest of us all. This must be Angie then. That has to be Angie, right? And I'm the next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with the catty remarks, and countered back. Maybe they wanted it to go to the only members of the family who looks like he samples the products. Why do I feel like this could be go back to the evidence? I feel like second president. But it could also be Zach Wilson. But are there any other Wilson? Wait, hold on. Let's go to the candies. And what was it? Invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children. 1 flavor per child. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. CC. There's nobody with CC though. Is there anybody that starts with a C? Candy. Candy Root Tree? But the oldest... Okay, so this one was right. Clancy Edwards. I don't get it. What is in elderberry anyway? CE? BBR? BBR. There's no root trees that start with B. I don't get the candy. Am I slow? I don't get the candy. Making progress here too. I don't know. I don't even know anything about them. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo. Angie? So Angie has to be like on the same level right here as Lauren. Angie? She must be here. Could this be Angie? This could also be Angie. Let's see. But what was Angie? I don't even know. A housewife, I'm guessing? I'm gonna say housewife. This is difficult. I don't even know. I gotta figure out. Gwen. Appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. I don't know. To Carl and Brenda. Carl and Brenda, where are they? Carl and Brenda right here. I think we need to look up more of Lauren's books. Let's look up more of her books because we're hitting a dead end here. Lauren Roottree? What's some more books she wrote? Romance of Court. Clancy's Lectures. Okay, what's another one? Court Jester? That's what it said. A life between... Okay. I don't know. Did anybody else write a book? I'm actually hitting a dead end here. I don't know. Carl left it in his mailbox. What did I don't understand. No, let's get this one. With the help of his son Elias's junior architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse are built. Production is tripled worldwide again. I don't know. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottree Candy, but rather a clothing company route. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant when Raina was born. All other blood relatives refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investments, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition or perhaps superstition, the new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble. Goodness gracious, I don't know. I would have to figure out, like, what other kid did Miracle Roottree have? 3 generations of miracles. Okay. The fly cells make a special appearance. Do y'all have any clue? I have no clue. Like, I have absolutely none. For some reason, he's not. Green for some reason. Is he an artist? I thought he was a musician though, for sure. Definitely a musician. Okay, what kids did they have? Jim and Diamond. Cherry Tree. Oh, I don't know. Those are her 2 kids, but who? Her father took her mother's famous name. Father took her mother's famous name. So she's a root. Her mother's a root tree. Who though? Candy? No. Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree, the founder of Roottrees Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name. Guys like us. Leslie Florence. Co-star. Okay. Who could be her freaking mom? She's a root tree, but I have no clue. Let me go to evidence. Complaints. Aunt Margot. Oh my gosh. I wish I had caught on to that earlier, bro. W. W.
You're listening to WRTG.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl ROOTTREE's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the ROOTTREE family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD
I
News.
knew
Again,
something was off.
That's WRTD.
The moment that she told me not to like talk to any like say anything about her to any lawyers, it's like off rip is when I knew, bro. That's a W though. Oh my gosh, lots of green, lots of green. Okay, so we gotta figure out who her spouse is. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. What a mess. But she just complained to her I was the lucky cousin. We're talking about Gwen. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlit. A magazine that started with colorization in a film. Oh, let's look her up. Was often in Starlit. Okay, her divorce. Wild Bill Williams. Who is Wild Bill Williams? Many times throughout the magazine's lifespan, with stories about gossip who had been seen with the public, blondes mostly. What's his name? Walter Forsythe. Oh my gosh, we're cooking. This one. W. Figure that out. Okay, the second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you could determine from context he's talking about Gwen. And apologies to all the ladies I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it? That son cut me off from the picture. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone she spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce is from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one of another actress. Wait. Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Wait, let's go back to Gwen. Wild Bill Williams, the gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There's also an interview earlier where she was asked about her last name. She answered, the power of the name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of the family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall. Oh my gosh, we're cooking. We're cooking. But ROOTTREE has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name. He repurposed for himself. Although we relocated to Paris. So those were her two sons in there. I know you leaders love to keep up with my husband, so consider this Starlit exclusive. While Bill and I have a child on the way, we're sticking with Roottree for the last name, not Williams. But he also planned to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. Alliteration, alliteration. Alliteration. So they're sticking with Roottree. Let's check out the evidence. Not long before they were set to return, you heard something odd on the radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscaster mentioned you could search online for WRTD to find out more. WRTD, WRTD. WRTD. There wasn't a break-in. It said someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to a recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family had come forward to say they have it in their possession. What? Okay, let's go here. The free spirits. Bonnie? This has to be me right here, right? She's pregnant. Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson. Ernie Jr. Did we figure out where Ernest was? Cause that's gotta be his son, right? Morden James. That has to be it. We're kind of cooking here. Okay. Back here. Let's go back here to periodicals. So let's go to Paris here. So these are her kids. He has to be older, right? He has to be. He just looks older. Now it's a matter of... Do you think Wolf? Nothing? Okay. Let's go back to Gwen. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlit exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottree for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. Let me look up what an alliteration is. Alliteration. Come on now. Alliteration. Definition. The occurrence of the same letter or sound at the beginning. Roottree. Sticking with not Williams, but we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names, Roottree and Williams. Roottree and Williams. Roottree Williams. alliteration, the occurrence of the same letter or sound at the beginning of Forsyth, Walter. Robert and Ronald. It says the occurrence of the same letter or sound at the beginning of adjacent or closely connected words. These are the only ones that are RR. Robert. Ronald. Is there a way we can look up? The free spirits. Hold on. November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. Bonnie, ex-president Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline. None of those. Can we look up? This has to be it, though. Robert Roottree? Nothing. Film school. He has to be something. Director? What if he's Ronald? How can we tell though? This is 100% right though, right? Because they both start with an R. Is there a way we can look him up? Robert. Ronald? Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public that she was holding a baby invisibly pregnant not long after Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. An apology. An apology to all the ladies. I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it? It wasn't his fault. Apparently, the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh, though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Let's look up Walter Forsyth. Directed by Bruce Throckmorton. Let's look him up. A prolific movie director who released a movie every year from the mid-1960s until his death on set. Most of his movies could be described as camp, especially those from the early 1970s. One of his signature flourishes was to include a silly message a minute or two after movies' credits ended. Most of these have been cut from home movies release of his titles. Okay, let's go back to Walter. Gal and the gang. Miracle Root Tree. Let's see if we can find his spouse at least. Gwen and the boys. Gwen and the boys. They weren't even in here. Were they? Actually, it could be them right here. Next president, Guy Hudson. Let's look up Miracle Root Tree again. There's nothing about any wives or anything. He unburdened himself from the Root Tree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Unburdened it? Wait, what did 23 years later, Miracle Root Tree Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the family, from the Root Tree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about who he would have married. Okay, so that's we have to go back to her and to Dynasty. And where did it say? It says instead it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the Candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn five-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad had always had very particular views when it came to his bloodline. This has to be Candy, right? Is there another girl? Gwendolyn? It could be Gwendolyn. But the generation after Lawrence, the Free Spirits. Wait, the Free Spirits are after Lauren. Okay. Wait, let's go back to the Free Spirits. Bonnie is after Lauren. Carl, they said Carl was in the middle. Okay. Carl's the teenager in the middle. Right here. Got that. Bonnie? Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. Who was the youngest? Ernie Jr. We don't have Ernest in here yet. Is there a way to add Ernest? Okay. Okay, so it can't be Gwendolyn. Can't be Gwendolyn. It has to be Candy. But what was she? I don't think she was. What was she? Aunt Gwendolyn. Aunt Gwendolyn? Okay, so wait, Aunt Gwendolyn. So one of these here. Wait, it might be Gwendolyn. She sent Aunt Gwendolyn. Go back. No. Right here, she said we were told only 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums, they passed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. That has to be Gwendolyn. That has to be Gwendolyn. It's Gwendolyn, and with Morden, and then that's the boy. What is her occupation though? Photographer? I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. They posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden. Wait, Gwendolyn? Hold on, this might be Gwendolyn right here. They posed us in front of the camera. They posed us in front of the camera. Wait, that can't be Gwendolyn. Wait, Gwendolyn. What is this Gwendolyn? It can't be Morden, right? It can't be Morden. Now that I'm thinking about it. Hold on, I'm cooking. Hold on, let me cook. They posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Never mind. It would have to be Lauren's aunt. Lauren is here, so they would have to be up here. Right? Mr. Morden. I don't know her occupation. Yeah, I don't know her occupation. Angelica might go here. Angelica might go here. No, Angie was older. Angie was older, right? Angie was older. Hold on. We're cooking. Hold on. Angie's older than Zach. Hear me out. What was Angie's picture? Okay. Oh, it has to be a boy. Are we kind of cooking here? I feel like we're kind of cooking here. I just don't know her occupation, but I think these are her kids. I'm pretty sure these are her kids, because Morden is here. Are those the only Morden? Yeah, we got Gwendolyn Morden. Wait, she got married. Wait, what did that say? Family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Gwendolyn root tree. Angie's older than Zach. I'm next oldest of us all. But he just laughed. Asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman... Who is Clancy again? Oh yeah, Clancy's the lawyer. The lawyer dude. Where is he at? Yeah, right here. That has to be her brother. They look just alike. This here, I don't know what they do. Let me go back here. Not that one. This one. Eli stand all the way to the left since he looked most like Pop. I was outvoted. He's second president. No, third. He would have to be third president, right? Right? That cannot be. Yeah. Architect. Let's go back to the periodicals. The eldest son. That tells me absolutely nothing. Came down to us next gens. Pop argued at the length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still had the root tree name. Instead, I ended up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. Look like he samples the product. They're saying he's fat. That has to be him. This has to be him. But who would he be called though? No, he's not a CEO. Angie's older than Zach. There's another Zach though, but the dad is Morden, so it can't be Wilson. What are other Morden? Because that could be one of her kids. But I don't know. Angie has to be on the same level as... whatchamacallit? Let's go back to her... Sam. Who is Sam? Sam Cattrall. Okay. Cattrall. Where have I seen Cattrall? I've seen Cattrall somewhere. I've literally seen Cattrall somewhere. Cattrall. Where have I seen Cattrall? The Free Spirits. So they're on this part. This is the original 5. This is the next one. And then these are the Free Spirits. So... Bonnie. Who would be Bonnie? Bonnie Hudson? Are there any Hudsons? It's hard to know. It's hard to know who they married. Let's go back here. Gwyneth M. Gwendoline. So Gwendoline needs to be on the 3rd row. What is this? Guardian or adoption? So we know what part they have to be. Miracle Jr. Is Miracle Jr. on this line here? He is. Okay. Jim Roottree. So Jim goes on one of these. Jim goes on one of these. Jim Roottree. James. Oh, he's right here. Duh. Clark, Carl, Eli. Eli M. Eli. Okay, Elias M. Roottree. Elias M. Roottree. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to know, is this the right... I don't know what to put for... In order for that to be her aunt, she would have to be one of the original. I just don't know her. I don't know her job. This would have to be... Wait. Y'all, I don't have a clue. I definitely think that these are her brothers for sure. There's another Clancy, right? Clancy Jr. There has to be a Clancy Jr., right? Has to be? What would he be? Clancy. Clancy. Jr.? Nothing. Wait, let's read. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left since he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. It has to be that one. I don't know what... I wanted Eli to stand all the way. Oh, his name is Eli. Oh no, y'all, his name is Eli. Is it Elias M? What was I just looking at? That had Elias M. What just had Elias M? This one. So it can't be Elias M. It has to be Elias C. Has to be Elias C. What is... I don't know what he does. Hold on, we gotta go back to the Clint's Trust. Who was Elias's son? Okay. University of Law School? The ROOTTREES versus RR? We find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clint's Trust. Okay, let's go back to the Clint's Trust. Five-piece guarantee. What is the five-piece guarantee? So there's nothing. There's really nothing. 5-piece guarantee is a combination with the Clance Trust. Elias and ROOTTREES attempt to ensure. Okay, a family business. The yearly salaries of the ROOTTREES presidents is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. I don't know. Let's go here. Let's go back. Aunt Margot, we got that. She's the first ROOTTREE. And to be anything other than a housewife, and I'm jealous. So all of them are housewives. Wait, let's look Harrison Lane up. A few passages here and there, but nothing seems relevant. Okay. Okay. Father was always referred to as Pop. Head lawyer. Clance Trust. Okay, Dynasty. It focused on the day her grandfather, Elias Sanatu, would step down as president of the ROOTTREE Candy Company in the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious. None of his sons wanted to take over as president. That's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody got time for Candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the ROOTTREE name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match to Candy, he's the firstborn son. So it has to be him. So he was second president. This literally has to be him, right? Because what if she's a ROOTTREE for real? We'll never know, goodness gracious. There's still so much to solve here. Like, it's so much. And I don't feel like we're making any progress here right now. I feel like this is right, is it not? Zach. It can't be Wilson because the husband's name is Morden. This has to be Gwen Morden. But then it keeps talking about some family trees use surnames from birth. Everybody's a housewife, are they not? I could see their daughter being... I'm actually quite confused here. This has to be him. But who did he marry? I have no clue. I don't know who he married. Was there another girl in the original? I've already used her, so she has to be the last one. She's literally the first kid. The first child. I have the other ones. Literally. Just what is your name and what do you do? What did the other girl do? She was a housewife. Are you Candy? Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. She has to be Gwendolyn. What, like, was she a photographer? Like, genuinely, I don't know. Elias Roottree Jr. I know all of this is right. I just can't get the kids either. He has to be a director. He literally has a freaking film jacket on. Paris. Alliteration. Goodness gracious, I have no clue. Those are clearly her sons. You need another picture? This is also her. How? I don't know. We might be stopping here, y'all, because I have absolutely no clue. I don't even know what I could look up anymore. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of divorce with her head held high so we can meet her kids. Zach's not a bad president after all. Let's see this. Wait, who wrote it? As for me, my first published book is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob. We were walking around the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying his name. Edward is set to take over the department once he retires. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to... Wait, maybe I'm just getting old. Wait, Clark, like the rest of the generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person could spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers of all sorts. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Pop forced Clancy. Clancy? To the academy? The academy? What would that be? Student. Wait, this might be him. Could this be him? She's talking about the free spirit? Oh. Somebody went to the academy. Who? Pop Force Clancy. Clancy Jr.? Wait, could a Clancy Jr.? He's a free spirit. Clancy on here? Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Clancy Jr. He would have to be one of these. Forced him. I don't know. It might be GG, y'all. I don't know. I literally don't know. I don't understand though. Like, I don't even have enough information. And I swear she's right. November. Wait. November is a name. Childish handwriting? Maybe I'm just gonna know it, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seemed to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Edward. I just cannot tell who any of these people are. Like, I can't look up any of these people. They're not on. I don't know. This is not making sense. It's not. I don't understand. Like, this evidence is giving me absolutely nothing. Like, what is this? Shiva candle? Debbie? Ernie? We don't even have an Ernie, like, on the doggone. I don't even know who Debbie is. Who is Debbie? Deborah Bean. Okay. Let's look up Stephanie Jones. I don't think she has anything to do Small report detailing election results. Stephanie was born. Stephanie Landon. She's a distant cousin. Her mother, Caroline. Wait, what? Caroline Roottree? No, it can't be. What Carolines are there? Caroline Morden? She was Landon though. Caroline Morden? Oh my gosh, we just found something. What's the evidence? W, have a picture of Caroline Morden. The image that accompanied a story about local art in the Butler counties, it is captioned Caroline standing next to her sculpture Atlas Burden. The sculpture is one of the many works featured in her upcoming book Self-Portrait, Art and Beauty of the Women. So she's an artist. Let's read. Where are we? Okay. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there is an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture and mermaid. Okay. According to the quote for the down, Atlas Burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. And she's a Morden? I mean, she would have to be like a sibling, right? She would have to be. This is a reach. This is literally a reach. I don't know. Her spot may not be right. Let's look up her book. No. Let's look up. Yeah, copy this and look it up here. Just type in her name. Caroline Morden. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie. Sister Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn Roottree? Wait, is there a... Wait. There's a Gwendolyn Morden. Her sister Gwendolyn? Wait. Sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up for dreams to settle with her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. Highlight all of that. Highlight. The marriage has led to her double down on her passions. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottree Company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach. Oh my gosh. Okay. Youngest in her generation. Okay. She's here. Caroline. Gwendolyn. Who would that be? It would have to be... This is Bonnie. Let's go to evidence. Let's go here. Let's go here. Yeah, Gwendolyn's right here. Okay, I kind of feel like Gwendolyn could be... She's an artist. So her convince her father Zach to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Wait. Was a daughter. Hold on, she in the wrong spot, y'all. Morden? Okay, there's no other Mordens. Okay, so what's off here? Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They have certainly not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation. The youngest in her generation. So Zach is her dad. I'm gonna say he goes here. Second president. But she only had one kid. Cousin Bonnie. Dr. Wilson. Her sister Gwendolyn. I don't understand. Angelica Morden. And then this could be Zach. Follow me here. This could be Zach. And then here can be... I don't know yet. Did she get married again? Wait, did she get divorced? She comes out strongly against the root tree. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life. So, did she marry a root tree and they split up? I don't think there was a mark. Yeah. I got married and had Gwendolyn? I don't know. Their marriages led her to double back down on her passions, art, and environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of Bourne. Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation. In her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Who does Bonnie belong to? I don't even freaking know. Highlight. She also explains that her marriage to Mark. Yes, highlight that. Leaving them all behind. The only good thing that he ever gave her was a daughter. Highlight. Are we able to look up Mark Landon? I don't even know. It's probably nothing. Nothing. There's so many of them on the third one. All I've gotten is Carl, which that's him. Which one could be James? Does this kind of look like him? Kinda. So they're not free spirits, I don't think. Are they? I don't know if they're free spirits or not. Am I cooking? I don't know. Like, I literally have no clue. So where should Zach be? Or, I mean, Caroline? Caroline is the free spirit, so she's third with one kid. So if we take out the one kid, all I can think about is right here, right here, right here. Which I feel like may be here, but I don't know if her siblings have kids. I think this is right. She's the youngest, so she would go here. Caroline, an artist. Mark. And she had a daughter, I guess. And then what, her sister, her older sister is who? She was youngest in her generation. In her late teens, she felt betrayed by her sister Gwendolyn. So they're a housewife for sure. Wait, there's a picture of her spouse out there? Dr. Wilson. But if it was over here, because they said Angie was older. I could see this being, wait, they said Angie was older. I could see this being Angie. Am I cooking right now? So I could see this being Angie, this being Zach. And then this being Gwendolyn. And then this being Caroline. And then her spouse, she divorced. Okay, so Mark. But I don't know who she got with after that. Because the only other split up ones, that's the only other spot for a split up. So I kind of feel like Sculptor. She's definitely an artist. Architect? No, artist. That can't be right though. Okay, so this is the 5, new generation, free spirit. They said that James Morden. Is there anything online about him? Nothing. I'm telling you, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm onto something. I'm not executing it well. Cause he's the first. He has to be over here. And they said Angie was older than him, but they never said that that was his sister. But it would make sense. And this is the only Morden over here, so where else would they get the last name? What if we look up this? Self-portrait, art and beauty of the woman. Nothing. Nothing. Could we look her up? Caroline Morden? Probably nothing. Caroline listed a few art websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with the movement called PF Lag. An organization founded in the 70s. The acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Let's look her up here. She's pretty, like, famous in a way. Nothing. What about here? Oh my gosh, you found a cover story about local artist installations, including one by Carolyn Morden. There isn't much about Carolyn Morden as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to... Oh, I've already seen this. Business Watch? Nothing. Butler County. Yeah, I don't... Let's look this up on online. Nothing. Atlantis Bourbon. Yeah, I think we've come to... Should we get a hint? Before we quit, should we call a hint? Should we be able to allow ourselves one hint per video? Let's allow ourselves one hint per video. I feel like right now is a good time for a hint. Lauren Roottree mentions an old book of hers in one of the diary entries. Let's look into it. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries from 1940 to 65. Okay. book? In her diary? Mentions an old book of hers in one of the diary entries. An old book? I've looked up all of her books though. Nothing there. What book? It's said in one of her old diaries, right? In one of the diary entries. It would have to be somewhere right here. The free spirits. Client's trust? No. Gwen is only child during the summer. It has to be here. Was child alone, countless widows. She used to be in Starling Telltales. Okay. I am jealous if I were a single mother. What are you talking about? Dynasty? A fly in the wall. Architects, preachers. Pop argued. Okay. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. I'm not sure how this is relevant. Where does she mention a book? Dynasty? Like, I'm confused. Where does she mention a book? Nothing. I don't see where she mentions a book. I don't. Wait, it might be here. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Gwyneth? Where did Gwyneth come from? I have many distant relatives I've never met at all. Granny has sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. But I was told to trim their branches from the family tree. Is this? Is this it? No. Miracle's boy spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside Farms, Hands, Essie, and John. Eli. Miracle's youngest. Not my brother. Wait. Eli, Miracle's youngest. Eli. Because wait, it has to be C because wait. What? Oh my gosh, we're cooking. Hold on. He was what? Second row? Yes, he was the recreated one. Here. Who would it be? I don't know. Okay, wait. Go back, go back. None of us. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently he was riding a mini bike alongside. Eli. What would he do? Light is thicker than syrup? Is that a book? That could be a book. No. But either way, this is his youngest. I don't know what his... Is he a preacher too? Miracle Jr., he was in the second one. Wait. It says spouse, so he can't be that young. Okay, wait. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Miracle's youngest. This would have to be Miracle. All the miracles are over here. Miracle's youngest. It said Miracle, not Miracle Jr. Miracle. Who would that be? Who would that be? Preacher? I don't think construction, manufacturing. This could also very much be the wrong person. Let me look at the picture. Boy, this is difficult. Okay. They said not her brother. Did they mention Eli here? I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. Is he a preacher? What is he? But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the four of us stand together. It has to be this dude, like the big dude, right? This one? I don't know. I don't know. also didn't think it was fair Miracle made it in. What does Miracle look like? So that could be Miracle back here. These have to be her brothers. I don't know. I don't have enough information for... I literally have not enough information. Sam? That has to be Sam, right? I would imagine that's Sam. Sam Control. Is there another Control? Stephanie? I don't know. Jack. Like I don't know. Y'all, it might be GG for this video. It literally might. I'm literally stuck. Like I'm quite literally stuck here. We made a lot of progress, just not enough though, I don't feel like. Like I know the brothers. It's just like I don't have enough information to figure out any of this stuff out. Gwen? Okay. Like, I know these are right. So I can't look up anybody, like, on the list. Like, Deborah Bean? Probably not. Nothing. Okay. Wait, there's a book, The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2. Charles Lee? Hold on. Wait, we're getting somewhere. Hold on. Who is Charles Lee, though? Evidence? 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 I haven't seen evidence in a minute. It's a Miracle. A Modern Day Candy. ROOTTREES 5 pieces. G for grape. E for elderberry. G for grape. G for grape. CE is for cinnamon extract. Wait, G for grape. G for grape. G for grape. No. G for grape. E for elderberry. Elias. CE. Cinnamon extract. W. Okay, so are there any... Okay, so we're cooking. Are there any other, G names that are ROOTTREES? No, just Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn Morden, though? She would have to be a root tree. Everybody else is a root tree. Yeah, she would have. It would have to be Gwendolyn Roottree. It would have to be. And it literally says, family. It says, don't forget, family tree use surnames from birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Okay, let's keep reading. Okay, this is a part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985 with the addition of hindsight. You can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You can find newspaper ad. And introducing M for Miracle Berry. M. Mark, no. Okay, what can we look up from this? Should I look up Charles Lee? Nothing. Okay. Is there a volume 1 maybe? Oh my gosh, W. This is a book about all things candy throughout the history. It starts with historical accounts dating back to ancient Egyptians and chronicles candy. Okay, what do we got? Grape, elderberry, egg cream. I'm literally like confused. What is she? Like, she's not second president. What is she? Architect. Like, she had to be a housewife. If she was really doing something else, like... She had to be a housewife, bro. Okay, got that. Can I look up Charles Lee? Nothing. Great. Nothing. I mean, it's a start. I just don't. Come on. GWYN. GWYN. Do line. Do line. Okay. I probably can't look up James Morden either, huh? Okay. Y'all, I think it's GG. I think it's GG for today's video. I mean, as you can see, we made a lot of progress. As you can see, takes a lot of brain work, a lot of figuring, but I feel like we still made a lot of progress. We still have a lot of progress to go on this end, and a lot more progress finished on this end. But I mean, progress is made. I wish we could have finished it. I knew we weren't going to finish everything, but I wanted to kind of finish the family tree in this video. But we got as much as we could done, a lot of research done, a lot of figuring done. Like, this is not an easy case at all by any means. The family tree is like so many parts, but we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it eventually. But yeah, I think this will be a good stopping point for us. We'll go ahead and finish up the family tree in the next video. Crossing my fingers, hopefully. I'll be doing research on how to figure out family trees when you're working on a murder case. Yeah, so I'll come back prepared and educated on how to do this. So yeah, but I feel like I said, this is a good cutting off point here. We got a lot done. Given the circumstances here, we barely have any information about half of these people. Barely have any. Like, you have to read in between the lines so hard on this game, and it's like I think I'm too slow. Like, my brain is not comprehending, but it's fine. We're gonna come back refreshed and figure it out some more, but I feel like this is a good stopping point for this video. And I'll see you guys in the next, and we'll continue to go ahead and hopefully finish the family timeline. So yeah, I'll see you guys then.